Howdy, folks. Welcome and thanks for joining in. So I will probably have some help from CrowdNode.js today to do this encryption stuff. I had tried to do it a previous stream, but everything I had been trying was not working. And he had made a PR here. To try to get some of this stuff working, but even using it, it just wasn't working for me. But I think we're at a good place that we should be able to bouncing around windows here, that we should be able to merge in some changes if he's able to make them and get that improved. I'm just making sure my stream is of sufficient quality. I'm getting some complaints from Twitch and YouTube about the bitrate and stuff, so my last stream I was doing ended up crashing, so I'm wondering if my graphics card is struggling a bit or something. Hopefully it was a fluke last time and not a new problem, as I just replaced my graphics card. This one is only a few months old now. Let's see. Apologies for not getting into things. Right as I was about to start this, my chat software crapped out. So I cannot easily communicate with a CrowdNode.js right now. So I'm trying to get that resolved real quick. Oh, but that might take a few more minutes. So how about I get some music going? Yeah? Yeah, that's what I think. Been on a synthwave kick the past couple times. So I think I'm gonna add in some string beats, synthwave. Let's do that and add playlist. And what else do I want to do? Okay. All right, music is going. Oh yeah, I think it crapped out last time before I could show off. Well, I guess I was still working on it. So I made a few more updates to this dialog. Now this address appears in a text box, and if you click copy, it actually copies it to your clipboard. So, yep, there we go. That's that address. So that's a little helpful utility there. And then one of the other things I did last stream was I improved the mobile support. So in mobile, I'll probably need to tweak some more stuff for the exact lengths, but now this fills the screen. So you know you need to fund it. If you close out, we've got a slightly better menu here now. We've got dashboard, wallets, keys. Those are not working yet. I'd like to get to that today if possible. So see if I can get to that. We've got the theme changing correctly, and I believe we can click back and it correctly navigates between the menu and the page that's selected. So, and the menu right now is full CSS. I think I would like to get some sort of animation on there. So I'll probably add a transition from its position and maybe add some opacity there so it fades in or something. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go back there. So shaping up. Let's see. All right, let's close out of that for now. Now, let me try to deal with this chat thing. Okay, let's see. Shoot. It very much looks like Discord might still be having an issue. It's trying to force me to update, but the update keeps failing. That is odd. Okay. All right, I may have gotten it fixed. Let's see if that worked. There we go. That was done. Okay. I thought I got it fixed. Apparently I did not. Oh. Well, that sucks. Okay, still not fixed. Almost done. Working on it. Apologies. Freaking Discord. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. All right. We're going to try to use Jitsi. And yeah, if anyone out there is watching, let me know if the music's too loud. I might end up turning it off or down once we start talking on Jitsi. It might be a little too much, so we'll see. All right. Oh, that's weird. I haven't seen a URL like that before for YouTube. Okay. I got everything else. I think I've got everything else up that I need. Right. All right, let's see how this works. Ooh, this might be interesting. All right, getting Jitsi stuff configured. And let's see. All right. I'm gonna mute my music for a second here and join this meeting. Okay. All right. Yeah. Play J86 isn't in there yet, so I'll keep playing the music. I'm also trying to configure some stuff real quick, so just a moment. Is that working? Hello? Hello? Do you hear me? Okay. All right. I think my audio's on. Hello? Hmm. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So AJ was on, but I'm gonna see if I can get the audio outputting to one the stream can hear. So, let's see. How did I have this set up before? Open. Maybe that. We'll see if this works when he comes back. All right. Hmm. Let's see.
Oh, I hear sound. That's a good
You
sign.
hear sound. That's good.
I hear you.
Hopefully it's coming through on my stream too.
All right. Speak again.
Hello.
Yeah, you're coming through.
All right, cool.
All right,
You're
great.
coming through over here too.
Alrighty. And then I am going to try to kill Stream Deck and bring it back up, but that's not important. We can move on without that. That's just, a little nice to have in case I want to hit a button. But it seems that all my audio services, anything that was depending on my audio services, just kind of blooped.
I feel ya because that's how mine are too. They work until they don't, and then they really don't.
Well, I did pay buku bucks for a new USB hub.
Mm-hmm.
So here's to hoping that it helps out. Switching the USB hub, my mic was unsolved. All the problem that seems to be 99%.
Mm.
So there still is. There was one time so far. Well, when I just told you how well it was working, that the mic cut out. But other than that, I mean, it was starting to cut out every half hour or hour. So it was getting really, really bad. Okay, so I'm.
Feel you there.
All right, cool. So now everything is back in alignment. The stars are back in alignment. Yes. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Do you want to share your screen? Why don't you share your screen and give me the synopsis of what you've gotten up to the point of, and then I will go through and make edits in the repo of whatever branch you're in and propose those as changes, and then you can test them
Okay.
and see if that works for you. I
Right,
think
let
we can
me
get
see.
this knocked out in less than half an hour.
Right. Here's to hoping this doesn't kill my computer sharing my screen. Let's see. Where should I, let's see, share screen. When do we want to share? Ooh, that's slightly more difficult because,
Oh, I was going to say, do you want me to just watch your stream, but having the 5-second lag would be kind of annoying.
yeah. Yeah, but if you just mute the stream so you're looking at it, then you're not having the 5-second audio lag. I think that's what's most annoying to me. I'm like, because I only share a portion of my screen, I don't know how I'm going to share this properly for Jitsi.
Well, I don't need to share it. You can just share whatever you want to share, and I'll keep it over here, and then I'll follow along in the repo. How about that?
Okay. All right. Let me see.
So nobody will see what goes on the screen that I see. So I had one of my first problems with Jitsi yesterday, or was it, we guess maybe not yesterday, but a few days ago. I had one of my first issues with it where the screen share resolution was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
The video resolution was really bad as well, but it ended up that Google Meet would show the screen legibly. Oh, this is great. This is perfect. This is absolutely wonderful. I can see your screen as well as I can see my own.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So.
And this is safe to share.
Yeah. This is just the code editor that I'm working out of, so I think that should be good enough.
Okay, I'll
It's
bring this
not
over
showing
then.
the browser. Yeah, it's not showing my browser, but that's not like it's okay. If we need to, I'll either flip tabs or something like that. And all right, so this is not the updated version. The last version I had done. Let's see.
Well, just tell me what
Stashed it.
branch. Well, once you'll figure.
I
Yeah,
had just
you're
stashed
getting
it because none of it was working and it was breaking everything, so I just stashed it. So I need to stash.
Do you have that VS Code extension that allows you to share? Because I can open up VS Code, and we could.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never used that before.
Let's not do it then. If you haven't used it, let's not do it, because my experience with it has been that it works sometimes, and I definitely don't want to spend 20 minutes doing that. We could
Yeah,
be done in
let's get
20,
to
30
real
minutes.
stuff. Yeah. Let's see, stash. Or no. Oh, I didn't mean to stash changes.
We can just start from your working version. That's fine.
This one. That's what I did. Okay, so I've got the code in there.
This is CrowdNode UI. That's the
Yes,
repo?
this is CrowdNode UI. It's the same file you changed in your PR. So if you were to open up that file.
All right. So I've got a whip hex rather than binster.
So I tried to do several things with the text decoder. I don't know if it's better to look at the comparison or just this. What's better?
I think it's just better to look at that. Let's just go through this. Okay.
Okay.
So buffer to string. This is my updated stuff right here.
So yeah, some of it's your updated stuff, and then I tried to apply it, and what I had found out on my stream was where is that? There's is supported browser. So it goes through this before it even lets you use it, and it would fail at the decryption. So actually, I should be able to refresh this. Okay, let's close that. And let me just add an encryption code. That shouldn't have done that. That's not right.
So if this is message IV is better supported, where's it getting IV from? I don't see where that's coming from. I see test message.
IV.
Get
It might be getting set
vector.
in the main file.
192.
So So I believe I set some of the IV stuff. Is the IV the storage salt? I think I have this storage salt. That's probably
Go
what
back to
the
where
IV
you were
is.
and look
Yeah.
at line 192 and then track it back.
So get init vector
Yeah.
is from this function right here.
All right. And that is what it should be. So, okay. So that's good.
Yeah, I think so.
So where is it getting test message from then?
Where is it getting test message?
On line 194.
Line 194. So test message is right here.
Oh, okay. Test message is W.
With a question mark. W? Like that. What a question
All
mark.
right.
means.
And then crypto wrapper is some sort of class hierarchical structure around the subtle crypto.
Yes, I believe so. So crypto wrapper is encrypt message, and encrypt message is up here. It's this wrapper function.
Okay,
Encrypt.
password and salt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's just walk through this. Derive, password, salt, raw, string, buffer. Wait, string
Too
to
much,
buffer.
sir.
String to buffer.
So
Okay, and
this might be
the decrypt is failing.
something I changed.
Well, hopefully, yes, we want to change that. So string to buffer should just be new text encoder. And I think that this may need to return an array buffer rather than bytes. So for the purposes of this and all future conversations in the browser, bytes is uint8 array.
Mm-hmm.
To
So string
not
to
to be
buffer.
confused with node buffer or other nomenclatures. Okay, string to buffer encode. So can you just console.log AB and find out if AB is bytes
It's already
or if
done.
it's
So string to
array
buffer
buffer?
is here.
Yeah, so
So if
show
I
me
just
the
search
output of that.
this, so string to buffer, string and uint8 array.
I can't see what.
Oh, sorry, derp. This is the problem with sharing only one thing. Let me see if I can switch the share.
Oh,
here.
you're sharing a window. No, leave it. We're good.
Okay.
You can describe it to me then. That's
Okay.
fine. So it's saying that it is uint8 array and it is array buffer. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what was there before? Was it returning an array buffer or was it returning a uint8 array?
Was it returning an array buffer or uint8
Just show me
array?
the previous version. Show me the diff
Oh,
for
okay.
that function.
So string to buffer was uint16 array and then returning the dot buffer.
Okay, good. Okay, so that you have an understanding of this, and if you don't,
I don't. Yeah, so
an array buffer is allocated memory. So when you work in system languages like Java and Go, and usually at a higher level than C or C++, but kind of in the middle, there's a difference between an array, which is an allocated stream of bytes of some fixed length, and the view of the array, which is what you're passing around to access it. So, for example, the underlying allocation of memory could be 4 kilobytes. That's what it is in Node. But when you get back a node buffer, you only get back a node buffer that has a length of 0 bytes if it's a new buffer, or of however many bytes are in whatever you need. So every time you create a node buffer, you allocate 4 kilobytes of memory or use another buffer's memory, and you're just viewing a window into that size. Does that make sense?
Ish. You're viewing a window into the size of the array buffer. Yeah.
You're viewing a window that's that size. So the whole allocated memory is 4 kilobytes, but
Okay.
you're working with only 200 bytes or 32 bytes. So what's allocated is 4 kilobytes, but what you are manipulating is 32 bytes. And then if it turns out that you need more, you need to grow, it will just take from that allocation of 4 kilobytes and it'll grow it from 32 bytes to 64 bytes or whatever. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So it's that's called capacity. So there's
Okay.
the capacity of the buffer is how much is allocated, and then the length of the buffer is how much you are currently using, and then the index of the buffer is the byte, or in the case of something like a uint16 or uint32, the bytes that you are currently accessing.
Okay.
So when this creates a U16 array, that is only for the purposes of being able to allocate the a char code in JavaScript is 16 bits natively. It's called UCS2. It's not that important. You'll never encounter it in any other programming language. JavaScript was developed in a weird time when UCS2 was a proposed standard or existing standard, and it failed and no one ever used it since. But the internal representation of JavaScript is this thing called UCS2. It's like UTF-16. It's very similar to UTF-16. There's UTF-8, UTF-16, UTF-32. So the uint16 array is because that's why you can have Chinese characters and you can copy and paste them and they still work.
Okay.
So the uint16 array is how it's viewing the data, because a char code in JavaScript can be at most that many bytes. But the buffer that it's returning is agnostic to the typing of the array. So it doesn't care if it's a uint16, if it's uint8, if it's uint32. It doesn't care what it is. Buffer is just allocated memory. And so in the browser, you actually have 3 layers. Well, 4. You have 4 layers of this. So there's allocated memory. In the browser, you don't see that. And in Node, you can actually see it. In the browser, you never see it. But the buffer is a view into the allocated memory. And then the uint x array is a view into the buffer, and then data view is also a view into the buffer. So the buffer contains the underlying memory. If you were to modify a buffer, in theory, and you can test this to some degree, it will modify every view that looks into that buffer. So that's what a buffer is it's the allocation of the memory. It's the raw allocation of memory that is not prescribed any encoding or size identifier. It's just whatever the raw stuff is underneath.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
No, but I might later after I
Okay.
rewatch all of that explanation a few times.
Well, the important thing to note here is that all that matters is that our string to buffer returns an array buffer.
Which
that it does not
already was doing that.
Yeah, so let's go back to the updated version, and it's returning an array buffer. Okay, so let's rename AB to bytes, because that's what you're actually getting back. So on line 16, yeah, on all those lines, just rename it to bytes, because that is that's what I independently came up with, and then I started seeing it in other people's code as well, that they distinguish between buff as a node buffer and bytes as a uint8 array, because u8 is not actually accurate, because u8 describes a short or a character.
Okay.
In a C style language, it doesn't accurately describe what JavaScript is doing here. Okay, so you should be able to get rid of the console.log and all that other stuff. We know what this is. we're getting back bytes and we're returning the underlying array buffer of the bytes. So
Mhm.
string to buffer is complete. We probably next need to go to buffer to string. And let's see where that's used in whether an array buffer is being passed in or if bytes are being passed in.
I don't know if buffer to hex. I think that was something I was trying to do based on your stuff. So encrypt is using buffer to string down at the bottom here.
Weird.
And then that decrypt is also using it.
Okay, so let me take a look at this for a second.
Do you want me to commit my code here to the branch you did the PR on? Would that be helpful?
Nah, let's just leave it as is and let's just try to step through.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that what's being returned here, it's so hard for me to read this. I hate this stupid arrow notation crap where it because it doesn't look like a function. It looks like it's whatever. Okay. Um what is this? What does this mean? Okay. So this is inline. Well, particularly it's line 160 that's really confusing to me because it looks like it's defining a function, but then it looks like it's also defining a function again. But it's actually calling a function. And then we could use a wait on this. We don't, but that doesn't matter. The core thing that I was trying to understand is what is being passed into this function, because
Is
for
coming from
example here
derive.
it doesn't pass in, it looks like it's passing in password and salt, but that must be part of the scope because that's not actually being passed in. What's being passed in is ciphertext and IV. That is such a weird
Yes.
syntax.
Password and salt is coming from the wrapper up here, which
Okay,
you
and the password and
instantiate
salt are a
encrypt.
string.
Mhm.
Okay, so go back down to that for me and let me take a look at it again. Okay, so message and IV should be either bytes or array buffer, but I'm not sure what type they are. Um, yeah, the main thing is just having a function body without having any braces to be able to tell where the beginning and end of the function body are. That's the thing that was just really throwing me off, because instead of having a function body, it had that stuff in the middle. But let's see. String to buffer, and we did that one, and I'm confident in that. I'm pretty sure, I don't know what encrypt message does, but I'm pretty sure that the primitive, the oh, you're moving too fast. Hold on.
Sorry, I just shifted a little bit right there. So encrypt message right here is just this.
Okay.
Subtle crypto or subtle encrypt.
Yes, all right. So I'm pretty sure that what this will return, oh gosh, that's so freaking weird to have a function body with so I okay, this is the thing. I don't like it, but I can understand and think that it can be acceptable to inline a function that has a simple lambda style calculation like 1 plus 2. I don't
Mm-hmm.
like it, but I, that's more a matter of preference. This this is I think just a bad, this, you should not have a body. It's like when people inline their ifs and they chain a bunch of if crap together without ever having an if block, so that the whole thing is completely fragile. And if you change the white space by one line, then everything falls apart and means something entirely different. That's what this
Those are
reminds me of. That's
those are
that's
my
why it's.
favorite types. I love making those.
I know you do, Jojo Bite. I know. Okay, but that's what's freaking me out about this is that it doesn't read well because they're cramming an entire function into a lambda expression rather than putting it in a function body. but yet with the white space, it looks like a function body, but it isn't. It's a lambda expression. Anyway, so crypto subtle. So this should, if I'm not mistaken, this will return an array buffer. It does not return bytes. It returns an array buffer. I don't know why it returns an array buffer, because the only way that you could use this when it's encrypted, the only way you possibly can use it is as bytes. But whatever. So that mostly makes sense to me. And this mostly makes sense to me.
Returns a promise of something. I wish it would expand that though.
Just await it instead, and that should make that clean up.
Await is on encrypt message.
Yeah, but I mean, if you put it on, so if you were to take encrypt message and turn it into an async function, then you should get better help hint tooling.
Promise array buffer. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably do it here too.
Yeah. Yeah, because putting the async and await makes the call stack change, and then you get more information. It's kind of weird because it nowadays it started out as syntax sugar, but nowadays it actually is functionally different in the way that it builds your call stack.
Yeah. All right, so now we know encrypt message returns a promise with an array buffer. So does decrypt message.
Yeah, so if we go back down to buffer to string, this inc, which the console.log right above doesn't agree with that.
Oh, wait, it's saying encrypt?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because I put the wrong thing in there. That's interesting.
So this buffer to string should be an array buffer. So you should be able to do the inverse operation, except that I think that we need to transform it to bytes first. I'm pretty sure, and you can do the tooltip hover over, but let's go back to buffer to string. And I'm pretty sure we have to pass in bytes, not array buffer. But some of the JavaScript methods will accept either. If it accepts bytes, it'll also accept an array buffer. But yeah, to make that more clear, I would say rename that one the buffer to string. What it receives is AB, just so that it's more clear that it's not a node buffer.
It receives AB?
Yeah, AB as an array buffer. Okay, and this one, I think what we're going to need to do is let bytes equals new uint8 array AB. So line 7, uncomment that, and then just change the name of a few things.
Okay, so let bytes.
Yep, bytes
equals
and then AB.
AB.
Yep. And then it should be decode bytes.
Not
now you can tooltip hover over that and see if it allows both. Buffer source. So is that saying, because it may be that it allows an array buffer as well as allowing bytes, but so this should work. If these were the only two changes that you made,
we can try this.
This should work, but we need to figure out also where it's doing, because at some place it's doing the conversion back to a string, but so it's going from a normal string, plain text, and it's taking that into JSON. It's taking that into a buffer that can be encrypted. Then it's taking the encrypted buffer, and then it's putting that out to JSON as a string. So I think that we do need one more method here in order for this to work. While we need one more set of methods, I think that we need a buffer to hex and hex to buffer, and or rather hex to bytes and bytes to hex.
I was trying different versions, messing with stuff.
Yeah, it looks like that will work. The other one, no. The from hex string, I'd vote no on that. It may work. I can't tell.
It was very similar to one you provided, but the one you provided wasn't working, so I tried one I pulled off the interwebs. And I forgot to mention where I pulled it from. That's annoying.
Yeah,
I
well,
usually
just
try to add a
take the one
comment
that I already have in dash keys and
in
use
dash keys. Am I
that
using
one.
dash
And in
keys here?
fact, can you install dash keys? You're not using dash keys in this yet, are you?
I may have it in here. Dash keys. So it's
Oh
already in
gosh.
here. I don't think I'm
Uh,
using it yet, but
okay, so update to the latest dash keys because I drastically changed the API. But if you're actually using it, then
I
we
don't
would.
know if I was actually using it,
Okay, great,
but for
great.
that I'd need to see. I
Yeah, go
was
ahead
for generate
and
and with to
install the.
address. Okay, so let's see. So it's version 1.0 now.
Yeah,
All right, let's npmi.
yeah. I made some breaking changes that were relatively simple, but one of them was subtle. The difference between pub key and pub capital K key.
Mm-hmm. So
And
dash keys generate does not exist
utils
on
dot generate with non HD.
dash keys dot utils
Yep.
dot
And then
generate.
and then it would be generate with non HD, I think.
Oh, I'm not getting the type hinting for some reason.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure
Well,
that
I
out.
had to do my wrapper thing that I had figured out to get that, so I might need to change this now.
I do want to get that PR from you at some point. Okay, I'm gonna open up this here on my end. I think you can see my screen too if you've got it open. Let me just utils dot. Oh,
Random
okay.
private
So
key.
this is what you would use.
So sec p, not dash keys.
Let me see if I did provide an abstraction for that. But the abstraction would be one line long, so I just opted to not have the abstraction. I could put it back in there. I could put in a generate private key. Oh, I know the reason that I didn't do it. Because we don't want people actually doing this. We're doing this right now because we didn't have a good.
Better option.
Yeah, we didn't have a better option, but we don't actually want to be generating. And this is why I gave it an ugly method name. So generate with non HD. And the reason for that ugly name is so that it stops and makes you think, what the heck does that mean? And you go look in the documentation and it says, hey, don't use this except in development and debugging. Don't use this for a user this for
Uh-oh.
and there's no way for the user to back them up.
That was weird. Your mic cut out for a second.
Yeah, see, it does that sometimes.
It
So I
was
guess
when you were shifting around though, so maybe you shifting around is what did it.
maybe, but if I did, it would have been, I don't know what it would have been. It would have been static electricity. I need to get a grounding strap or two.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things I actually need to do is I need to put some sort of, say, foil tape under
Mm-hmm.
my desk the whole way around and then get
Mm-hmm.
it plugged into the ground socket because there is so much static in this
Mm-hmm.
shed.
I mean, I get so much static in my house. I just have my keyboard and mouse on a grounding pad, and I don't shock too many things. But I've
You'll have
literally
to.
I've rebooted my computer before, just like touching stuff on my desk, and I'm like, son of a.
That happens all the time in here where I'll reach up and I'll touch the light and then the light will
Mm-hmm.
just turn off for a second
Mm-hmm.
because they're LED lights.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll touch the camera and the camera will just reboot.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty powerful. Okay, but the point being that you could just use sec p256k1 directly, and you might want to update that to the latest version. I don't think there should be any breaking changes.
Is that going to be under dash incubator then?
Yes, that one is a fork, so I properly prefixed it with that dash incubator. Speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and defork dash HD. Oh, good. I already did defork it.
What is the full SecP 256K what?
SecP 256K1.
K1. All right. If that installs. Sweet. Version 1.7.1-5.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. All right, got that installed.
But Dash HD is now ready. I don't want to go into that right now, but Dash HD is now ready for consumption. I wouldn't give it out to 1,000 people until I've done testing in my own wallet first, where I transfer tens of Dash at a time sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But once I've done that, then I would feel comfortable in telling other people use it. Right now, I do want people to test it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just making sure I get the type hinting in here.
Yeah.
Wish there was a better way. But
Well,
this seems to be
we'll
the best
figure it
right now.
out.
Yeah. I'm assuming this. Wait, does it attach to window or global?
It's
It
called
does
on
have
the
access.
window. It's called Noble Sec P256K1. So
Oh,
lowercase n, uppercase s. Because I didn't change it from the way that I have not changed the API from the original author. I
yeah.
forked it just to make a couple of minor changes so that there's better compatibility with Node and browser. So yeah, if you just prefix that with the word noble after window, then that will be correct. Yep.
Must be all exported or all local. Why is the oh derp? I know why. Okay. And then I actually need to.
So weird.
And after lots of experimentation, this is the best way I found to get it all working.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so that brings in the types. Oh, wait, that says unresolved. Do all of them say that now? Yeah, they all do. But down here, it does have the type of. Okay, so I think I'll be able to use this now. If I come in here and add P256K1. You're saying in place of utils generate. Oh, wait. No, I can't undo. So I would use what? SecP256K1 dot what?
Let me see what it was here. I'll send this to you in the chat. Maybe. There we go.
In Discord or Jitsi?
Yes.
Like I have the Jitsi one set up, so it's basically showing your face in the bottom right hand corner. So I'm not really showing the rest of it since it's just my share screen.
Okay, well,
That
I
way,
sent it to you on
people
both.
can see who's talking. All right. So, and it's still an await for that or no await?
This one doesn't have an await, but I would actually put it there just for future proofing. I mean, because it doesn't hurt. If you await something that doesn't need to be awaited, no harm, no foul.
It says is not assignable to type string.
It is not. Oh wait, you wanted a whiff? Then the function that I had was the correct. Sorry, for some reason, because it was called private key, that was bad naming on my part in the previous one. Because it was
All right.
called private key, I was expecting it to be a private key, not not a whiff.
Okay.
So yes, the previous one, generate whiff non HD. If you need a whiff, then that was the right
Dash
function.
keys dot utils, you said?
Yes,
Dot generate.
whiff.
Not
Dub,
showing an option. It's not getting the utils stuff, I don't think.
just keep going with it. It's I'll send it to you. It's dash keys dash keys dot utils dot generate with non HD. I thought about calling it lossy whiff, generate lossy whiff, and that's still potentially on the table. But
I'm wondering why it's not getting that though.
I may have messed something up. I would say don't bother with it quite yet.
There is a type in there for it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if it breaks, it breaks, and I'll know pretty soon here.
Yeah,
But
let's
to
go that
break
route.
that, I will probably need to clear out the current generated strings. So let's refresh. What happens? Uh-oh. Thinking it broke.
Oh,
Right?
we didn't get it to a point where it's going to be working yet.
Okay.
We still need to have the uh, bytes to hex and hex to bytes function,
Yeah.
which is available in dash keys, which you could just, if you look at the dash keys documentation, let me bring that up real quick.
So even with the that added, even though there's the type error, that is where it's breaking. So I don't think that import is working right.
Did you reinstall?
Did I reinstall dash keys? I installed the latest version.
Yeah. Are you? I mean, I guess didn't we see that it was there?
No, it wasn't. We saw in the type stuff at the top that it has dash keys utils.
Well, double check the JavaScript file that it actually has the code.
Is it not dash keys? Which JavaScript file should I be in?
Yeah. So it's going to be down
So
towards the bottom. Generate with non HD.
utils. Okay. Utils is there. I assume utils gets kind of exported at the bottom somewhere.
Yeah, right there.
There's keys right there. Hmm.
Now, dash keys is not assigned to window explicitly. It's declared with a var, so it will become part of window at the top level. It's declared with a var outside of that iffy block. So if it's
Give me a.
transpiling it, you know, uh, it may be that
There's no transpilation here. I'm not using Vite or anything like that. There's no transpilation.
Oh, so
No.
this is a direct script tag from
This
dash
is.
keys?
It's using the import functionality. Well, I mean, I'm importing from my imports file to get the type hinting, but it's using this to get dash keys. Wait, where is that? That to get
So
dash keys.
I personally I wouldn't trust that. I'd put it in a script tag. Because I don't know what import does. I don't there's something that's being transpiled there because that's not an import file. Now the browser might natively be trying to do it, but there are no exports on that in the sense of, you know, I have no idea how that could possibly be working without transpiling because it's not ESM. It's
So
plain
the only
JavaScript.
ones I've used this stuff. I guess one of these could be overriding or something, but I guess.
Oh, you didn't. It looks like it's not included.
Well, yes, but you don't, if you're importing like I was doing, it shouldn't need to be included like that.
Well, then how is it gonna get the thing on the window?
That's what this does. That's what I figured out here is doing this imports like this and then having the imports file. This gets it on the window. So
But wait, how?
by
This is the
not
thing I don't
providing
understand.
any variable names like this imports it directly to the window.
But how?
Magic, I guess.
No, but I'm serious. How do lines 1 through 6 do anything? It's not ESM. There's no ESM in those files. So I get that some of them are working, but
Oh,
I don't have any idea how they could possibly work because it's not ESM. There's nothing, there is no default export, blah, blah, blah. It's just,
it's been working for me. It's
well,
not working for this utils
will
thing,
you do
but
me a
I don't know
favor and
why.
go to where the script tags are and just add it as a script tag? Because I think it'll work then.
I don't want to do that. Not how I've been doing things. I've been trying to get rid of all of this because, actually, no, I don't want to do that because unpackaged sucks balls. It
Sure.
causes loading issues every freaking time.
Well, I mean, you could just wget or curl or whatever and have that all locally. I just put unpackaged there because for a developer who doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't know how to download a file,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's,
Yeah, like me apparently. Uh, Here's the thing. I
well,
like that
you've
I
got it
can
all in node
install it
modules.
this
You could
way.
replace
Yeah,
all that with node modules, right? You could just
yeah.
give it /node modules / whatever, and that would be the same as using unpackage.
No, you can't because unpackaged does some trickery to get it working.
No,
It
if
does.
you look at
Oh,
any of those,
I
look at any
know.
of those, they're
I've been
not
through
transpiled.
this. There is some trickery that goes into this. I guarantee you.
I would also recommend that you put the version number on those. I tried to do that in the examples, but some of them I may have skipped out. What's that?
I have
BSR?
tried using the node modules version in place of these, and it does not work for all of them. Some of them only have been working on unpackage.
I believe you, but I think that there is something else going on because the ones that unpackage is not, those are all JavaScript files. They're just
Mm-hmm.
plain JavaScript files.
Oh,
Except for
maybe
dash core. Dash core is transpiled.
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's Dash Core that I was having the most problems with. So
Yeah,
it's
dash
possible that it was
core.
Dash Core that wasn't working.
Yeah, dash core has trickery going on because dash core is full of native code.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
so
just,
maybe it's I tried to do that to Dash Core, and that's the one that wouldn't work.
well, just to tickle my fancy, if you wouldn't mind, just put dash keys in a script tag, and I suspect that it will magically begin working, and then we can figure out the whole import mapping later.
Yeah, so a lot of well, not a lot of, but I frequently find problems where I go to load the page and it gets stuck in a loading phase, and it's
Yeah,
because of unpackaged stuff.
yeah. Unpackage really hates VPNs.
Yeah,
I found that out.
yeah.
They really
Apparently,
hate VPNs. They will block you hard.
apparently everything does nowadays.
Well, it's because they do IP rate limiting, and when you're using a VPN, they're running lots and lots of people through the same IP address.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Still undefined utils.
okay, can you open up a browser console and just look for dash keys in the browser?
Sure.
And I actually didn't do the browser testing before I published it, so let me just do some double checking here.
Okay. Okay. It's probably because of how I'm importing it. So let me try to switch this. So instead of dash, oh man. I just comment this out here. That work? Let me try this again.
Things we do for compatibility. I don't know.
Okay,
You know,
that got rid of the error. So something about the imports is losing the utils, even though I've verified whatever it should be importing is there.
Well, if you can just get it to the point where it's there at all, and we can just go through the part with the crypto bits, that's what I would prefer to do right now, because that's the part that's where I can help and provide.
Yeah, yeah. So let's close that then. This is functioning right now.
Cool. And the only if you check Discord, the only reason that I was asking you to use that right now is just to get the 2 hex and the 2 bytes functions that I know work.
Okay, so dash utils bytes to hex. Okay, so let me see. Oof. Like that.
No, you should just literally copy what I put you in Discord.
I am copying it. I'm just doing it my way.
Okay, because it's got export const this that.
Because that's how I'm using it in Crypt Store.
Okay. All right.
I'm not reorganizing all of Crypt Store to be the wrapped way that you've been doing it, because I've already got it set up to work this way with the imports.
Right.
Okay. So 2 hex, and then 2 hex would replace, or where would that go? So I guess
All right. Well, this is where I think that. So what he was doing, if I understand it correctly, was he was multiplexing the string to buffer and buffer to string, so that if you were doing a string to buffer, it was UCS2 JavaScript strings going into. Let me think how to. He was multiplexing. So the code will not work as written, because semantically the functions are doing 2 separate operations, but the way that he had constructed it, the code happened to be the same for the 2 operations. So there were 2 different operations. It's like if I tell you go to the store and go to the shed, but in both of those cases, walking is a function that will work. It's not generically what's going to work, because generally when you go to the store, you need to drive, and generally when you go to the shed, you need to walk. But in the specific case that the store is across the street from your house and the shed is beside your house, walk works for both. So that's what I mean by semantically, they're 2 different operations, but the function happened to be the same in terms of the code. So in this way, we need different functions for those different semantics, because one is store encrypted data is the semantic, and the other is return user data. And so he was using a UCS2 string type so that it could store encrypted data and store user data, but it only worked in the specific instance that you want to output Chinese characters as the storage mechanism, which is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
So what we need to do is we need to figure out where the buffer to string should actually be buffer to hex.
Mm-hmm.
And then we need to find out where string to buffer should actually be hex to buffer. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think.
So we just need to walk through buffer to string and then figure out which ones should be which.
Mm-hmm.
So just
So
take
both
me to the first instance and we'll walk through it.
both. Okay, let's search it then. So string to buffer. Let's go to the top and start from the top. So we've got the definition. I'm using it there, but that was just me trying to figure out what was going on, and that's not like actual real.
Just delete it.
I mean, I will once I know this is working. So here's the
Well,
first
that wasn't
usage,
working, right?
derive key.
Anyway. All right, so derive key. So derive key, in this case, string to buffer needs to take a user string and needs to turn it into something that's suitable for a key import. So that is the correct use.
Okay.
That is semantically correct. And
that goes straight
actually correct.
into subtle import key. So that's right. Then it uses
and this
it
one
for
is
the
right as
salt.
well, because it's the same semantic operation.
Okay. The next usage is in this encrypt function, and it has the buffer message string to buffer.
And that one is correct as well, because this, don't move yet.
Oh, actually, this is my console log, but it's being used right here. So I was just logging that. But yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, so this is, I don't know why that it seemed, whatever. The encrypt message looks like one of those useless abstractions, because literally you're replacing one line of code with one line of code. Not you, but the person who did this.
Yeah. It has a name in it. I think that's the only difference is key IV and encoded text. So it uses name from somewhere. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, I would say just replace any use of encrypt message with crypto.subtle.encrypt. I mean, just paste that line, because the abstraction is literally useless. You are using an abstraction that has more complexity than the thing it's abstracting.
Okay, so name is that AESGCM.
Right, and it's inside of the current scope anyway, so it's not being used in any place. But anyway, we can leave that alone for now. It's good to know what it is.
I'm wondering if encrypt message gets used down outside of that encapsulation somewhere. Like no.
And if it does, then I would just move that constant up one layer.
So if I take that and encrypt, let's
just leave it alone for now.
Leave it for now.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do that afterwards. I'll get that merged over. So
yeah,
we can just focus on what you need to help with. So
in this case, I think that string to buffer is still correct, because we're trying to do text encoding essentially.
Which doesn't surprise me, because encrypt worked. It was just in the decryption phase. That's where it would keep failing.
Okay, well, let's continue. Are there any more of that string to buffer? Because I think that there's going to be at least two cases where it's not correct.
It's in decrypt. So in decrypt, this is the next. This is my console log of it, just trying to figure it out. And then that's where it's actually being used. So in the decrypt message, it's sending the string to buffer.
So this needs to be.
Although let me check real quick, because that might be something I did trying to figure things out. So he had buffer to string. So something I was testing, I must have switched that around.
Well, show me the one that we're working with right now.
He does have the string to buffer. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, that is more or less what he had.
Yeah, so this is the overloading that I'm talking about right here. So this is where he's taking the semantic meaning, and he happens to be doing the string to buffer function, but that's not actually what he's doing. What this semantically represents is go from the encrypted form to the binary form, from the storage form to the binary form is semantically what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So that string to buffer on line 172 should be
172 or 175. This is just the console log.
oh sorry,
So it should be
they
175.
look exactly the same in terms of
They,
their function
yeah,
signature. So
yeah,
yes, but
they
so
are.
that yeah, 175 should be hex to buffer.
And then drop the string to buffer, or would that be inside?
No, this is just hex to buffer. So it's storage medium to decryptable medium. The storage medium we want is hex. The medium that's required for decrypting is buffer. And this actually does need to be hex to buffer, not hex to bytes, because we need to return the underlying array buffer from the bytes. So you could call 2 bytes on the hex, and then dot buffer would be the array buffer. So this is a one line wrapper over the 2 bytes function.
Okay, so what do I need to set hex to buffer up here to then? So you're
Okay,
saying,
so in there it should be, so hex to buffer should take hex, should receive hex, and then it should do let bytes equals 2 bytes hex.
okay,
Yep.
and then
And
return
then it
that.
should return bytes dot buffer. I can
Okay, what
see
about the
why
buffer
this
to
was
hex one?
confusing.
Yeah,
So buffer to hex would take a buffer, and then it would be let bytes equals new uint8 array buff.
dot buff
No,
or buff
calling
as
on buff.
value. Okay, okay, just making sure.
And then what it would return would be, well, you could do let hex equals 2 hex bytes.
Okay,
And then
and then
that's return hex.
okay, so both of those should be set up, and then we go back down here to where we swapped it.
175.
So hex to buffer, now 176 because we added a couple of lines, but
Yep. And then 173, I guess, would be changed as well. All right, and then let's look for the next instance of that thing, which was string to buffer, right?
yeah,
All right,
right
now this
there.
one, get
This is
item.
in local storage.
Yeah, so this one I think might also change. Let me read it. Okay,
So
it's
see,
got this wrapper.
I had actually added one to test it.
Okay.
Let me look at the comparison real quick.
Okay, I didn't have enough time to understand what was going on there before the screen switched.
I know, I just wanted to see what he originally had. Okay, so
Yep.
this is where the string to buffer 8 was being used.
Okay.
And so I had switched it to string to buffer and then hex to buffer I had tested, but I didn't have hex to buffer set up right, I don't think. So let me switch back
It's
to that.
okay. Yeah,
Okay.
so let me just try to find where the code is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so because this should just say if not supported, return, done.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, get item. I'm expecting that's an abstraction over local storage. It says storage, get item key. Is storage local storage, or is this an
It's
abstraction?
local or session. It
Okay,
defaults to local, but or no, it might default to, it defaults to one of them, but you can override it. And
okay.
that was
So
something I did, not him.
storage, get item. So data is going to be a string.
Mm-hmm.
Always 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Get init vector key. I wonder what that does. Don't move yet. Don't move.
Okay.
I need to take in each of these lines before the screen jars again.
You're good.
CryptoWrapper.decrypt data. Okay, so it's expecting data to be, that doesn't even make sense. I'm assuming that that line with data on it had a string to buffer as well in the other code.
You want
Is
me
that
to
correct?
look, or tell me
Yeah.
when to switch?
Switch over so I can see, because I need to see what it had there.
Data get item. Nope.
Okay, and then switch back again. That seems impossible to me, but I may not understand how this decrypt wrapper works. The decrypt wrapper may be doing this work of turning data, which is a string,
Mm-hmm.
which in our case would be hex, into the other thing. So string to buffer, that should be hex as well. So both of these should be hex to buffer on them at this point. But I'm guessing that the hex to buffer step is actually, for some reason, which I don't understand why it would be, but for some reason, the decrypt wrapper is turning that data from the storage format into the buffer format inside of the wrapper. So let's go take a look at cryptowrapper.decrypt and find out why it isn't doing it at that layer.
So, decrypt is expecting the ciphered text in the
See,
IP.
there's the hex to buffer right there.
Where's the hex to buffer?
173.
That's my console log function.
Whatever then. 176.
Yeah, it's right there for that cipher. So it is, that's where it's being applied. So we don't
Right.
need it in the other function because it's being applied there.
Yeah, let's not put it in the other function now. I think that it should be in the other function. I think it's really weird to split and say, well, half of the message we're going to encode before and half of it we're going to encode after. I think it should either be, what I might do is rename that function to decrypt hex
Mm-hmm.
and then do all of the conversion inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because IV, it's
That's just so weird to me that that half of the parameters would be recoded and half of them not. But let's go back to
that
where
is
that was
odd.
used, that 176 or 177, whatever it is now. And let's
Right
just
here.
continue from here. Where's the next instance of string to buffer?
That was it. Just that one.
Okay. Then let's look for buffer to string. And we're going to find something very similar where almost all of them, I guess 3 or 4 of them are correct and one of them needs to be swapped.
So in encrypt, this is the first one.
All right. You're going to have to move the screen to one position and let it sit
Yeah,
for
sorry,
a
I
bit.
was just comparing.
Yep.
Both encrypt and decrypt do buffer to string in this last then.
Okay. So that should be buffer to hex because that is going to the storage medium.
Okay.
And then next one.
That's the
And
decrypt one.
all right, let me see what this is. This one, I believe, should be buffer to string. That,
Yeah.
I believe that is correct because we're going from hex to binary, encrypted hex to binary, then to user facing string. So that one looks correct. Next.
Okay. This is in the set item, which is more or less what I was expecting.
Okay. Buffer to string. That should be buffer to hex.
And then the rest is commented out. So it's not being
Okay.
used. This was, I was trying to wrap it like one of your functions, the way you had been doing it. So, and then it wasn't quite working. So it's just
Understood.
commented out.
Okay. So I suspect that we need to understand what get init vector is, that function.
And
Although it seems like if we
it's
needed to do
just
something about it,
random
we've already.
values.
Okay. A uint8 array. Wait, go back to where it was used because I thought it was
Yeah,
being passed in and something, or maybe it was
that's what I
set in
just
it vector.
realized. Key. Get a net vector key. Oh, there's a key one. Okay. So you get the key, and that's what it's being stored in local storage. So get
Okay,
init vector
then
key does that.
hold on, go back. Oh, this is and again, this is something where the abstraction is this used in it's used in multiple places.
Mhm. So this is literally where it interacts with that, but then get init vector. Let me find just instances of that because
I'm
it's
not worried
still.
about that one. That one I think is fine.
I
So
thought there
I
was still a portion of it that was expecting a value. Let me see. No? Okay, no, yeah, we're good. So
okay,
it's
so I
just the
suspect
key.
if you refresh the browser, it's going to fail, but it's going to fail because of what is already in the storage. So if you clear the storage and refresh the browser and then go through a bit of your process, I imagine that it's actually going to work.
All right, let's see. Clear that and enter a encryption password.
But yeah, this was confusing because he was overloading the
Cannot get encrypted item for private keys. Cannot read properties of null. Reading length.
that sounds like it wants bytes but is getting a buffer.
At 281. So in get item. Not get encrypted item for key error. Let me see what it tried to store here. Ooh, that's interesting. It shouldn't have that, I don't think. That's weird.
Can you share the screen so I can see?
Yeah. Sorry, I've got to move things around. Um, hmm. Where is it? That one? I think it's this one. If that looks right. There we go. All right, so it shouldn't have done an IV for the selected private key. I don't have code in there for that. Should have just done one private keys IV, but I clearly have a bug in there. But regardless, it did double, and that's what it has for private keys now, and then private key. Which at least it's not, but this is the error that it's getting. So it says encrypted item for private keys.
Let's check out where that comes from.
Well, it's 281, so that's where I was looking at things. So it's part of the get item function here. Oh, wait, and now you can't see that window. I guess I'll just look at it here. So maybe it's not getting data. Hmm. Oh, I might know what's going on here. Where do I instantiate that? So encrypted store. Huh. That's
Okay.
odd. Sorry, I'm looking at the other window there.
So we don't where did the length issue come from?
Well, so we can back up a little bit.
Okay.
Essentially, I think it worked. I think this is now a local storage issue of my stuff, which I might be able to figure out.
Okay.
But I think this may have worked. Let me swap back screens here. Okay, so it failed. Or rather, I should say, it succeeded in getting past this test it has. So before it even lets you use the encrypted storage wrapper thing, it does this as browser supported. So this succeeded, which means it actually let me use it, which means that got encoded and decoded correctly. Sorry, I'm saying encoded, but I mean encrypted and decrypted correctly. So
Right.
the text encoding, what you just helped me do, that I think solved it. What is now broken is I had not tested encryption yet with multiple private keys. So essentially, this is encrypting an array. So a JSONified array of stuff.
Okay.
Or JSON stringify and an array of private keys. Of WIFs more specifically. So I don't know if that's the most efficient or best way of doing it, but that's what it's doing right now.
The way that this most likely should be done is that you save the private key by its address.
Mm-hmm.
So you might do the way that I do it is address.wif.
Mm-hmm.
So let me demonstrate that real quick. So
I mean, I know how you're doing it in the CrowdNode command line, so I could do it that way.
yeah, that's what I'd recommend for a couple of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One is you don't want the encryption to fail wholesale. Well,
Mm-hmm.
once we have dash HD integrated, that won't be a problem either, because then you'll just have one encrypted value will be, well, I guess everything could be encrypted. I don't think it would hurt to encrypt everything, but one encrypted value would be the 12-word phrase.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the person backs up, and that's what all keys are derived from.
Mm-hmm.
So, store that value twice,
Mm-hmm.
and it will be fine. And then you can just store other things by their HD path. But in this case, if you store everything together and something for some reason goes wrong, you lose everything at once,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is non optimal. And the
Mm-hmm.
other thing is that most likely, when you are looking at webhooks that you get, or not webhooks, WebSocket notifications, when you're getting those WebSocket notifications, if you want to check, okay, do I have this address? In the WebSocket notification is going to be the address. And so if you store it by address, then you can look it up directly in your local storage or in your map or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
because the address is the key
That's
of
a good point.
the dictionary.
Yeah. So yeah, right now that that's a good point. I'll need to refactor things a little bit because I am combining that essentially, and maybe that's bad on my point because I take the private keys and then I request that uh the address for it. And could the address change on the private key? Do we have that enabled?
Could the
Because
address change on the private key?
well, you know how like in Dash Core you could generate new addresses for your wallet.
So a private key and a address that you pay to are one to one.
Mm-hmm.
So if you generate a new address, it is only because there is a new key. So for every private key, there is one address. For every address, there is one private key. That's actually not entirely true. That's one of the practical attacks against the whole RIPEMD 20-byte hash. But in our case, it's true enough.
Mm-hmm. It's JavaScript true. Like empty string is true, and
Yeah,
stuff like that. Okay, got it.
empty string is actually false,
Oh
but I
yeah,
think
sorry,
you
my
can
bad.
get it to be true. The canonical example is 0 double equals false. 0 double equals string 0. False not equals string 0. That's the
I'm
one that everybody
impressed you
brings
have
up.
that memorized. I just know there's crap you have to worry about. I don't have it memorized.
Well, I've seen that one quite a few times. It's one of the jokes. So it's a meme among the JavaScript community.
I used to know those memes. I forgot them. All right. Maybe I freed my RAM. I don't know. Let's see. So I think the error I'm getting now, I can work through. It's local storage related. I was recombining the keys, but it sounds like once I've gotten the address for the key, I should store it by that address rather than by just an array of strings, because I am recombining them anyways. Where was that? That's one of the things I just worked on recently for the multiple wallet support is here it is. It's around here, I think. Yeah, I have a whiffs object, I believe I looped through. Or no, that's just the whiffs. I recombine it at some point, and I do combine it with the address. There it is. So I take an array, no, object of addresses, I put the whiff in there, and then I give the whiff address. So I should reverse that and also not regenerate it. So if there's already the address there, then I'm just pulling that, I guess. So you're saying each address should be in local storage separately, though?
That's the
So,
way that I would do it because it makes me feel better.
okay. I guess I'm trying to think of a
Oh, there
efficient
that
way to
dash
loop
keys
through that.
on 104 is Diffner now. That looks like the same one that you changed earlier.
I was using it in a couple places, so I need
Okay.
to update that stuff.
Well,
So that's some stuff I need to.
do take a look at the dash keys documentation. Give me any feedback, make issues. Things have changed mostly in very stark ways, like adder to PKH instead of adder to pub key hash, or address to pub key hash, I think is what it was called. So there were some things where I kind of went through and I don't have a consistency that's perfect, but I have a rationale for each choice of why the capitalization is this way or that way and the abbreviation is this way or that way. Essentially, function names, I think I already talked to you about this. Function names I shortened because a function name tends to get long, and as it gets too long, it's difficult to read the name of the function. Also, the number of humps in the function when you're just scanning through and looking for something, the number of humps in the function define the shape of the function. So I tried to make there to be a stark difference between the way the humps look between pub key, priv key, and pub key hash, so that when you're just scanning through, it's like, oh, this one's a little shorter and more bumpy, this one's longer and less bumpy, this one's longer and more bumpy. And so it's cognitive recognition stuff.
Okay. Cool. Hmm. So yeah, I will give you some feedback on that if I have any problems or think. I do think the WebSocket stuff I mentioned to you a week ago, something like that, where I like to refactor dash socket and does the actual CrowdNode.js SDK use any sockets for or WebSockets specifically for the API, or is that all just HTTPS requests or whatever?
The crowd node itself, their site only uses HTTP requests.
Okay.
The only WebSocket is on the Dash Insight,
Okay.
which, oh, I need to go make another PR for that. Excuse me. Apparently, I think the only thing that's held up on that is I think that there was one repository where the package.json wasn't updated. And I just kind of thought, okay, I did the 90, you do the 10.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So I
You
think
do
I
the
think that
100.
yeah. Well,
And we
they
take
still
the
have to press
100.
the merge button and then let it run the CI/CD release and then deploy or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I was kind of expecting, since literally I got everything working, that they would deploy it, but they seem to not be able to be bothered to update the package.json. I don't know. I'll
Mm-hmm.
have to go back and figure out what the heck is going on.
Okay.
All right, so we're good.
I think so. Yeah. Thank you.
You are welcome. And I understand the confusion, because that was in fact confusing to have things doubled over where the same name is used, but it's a different functionality, different behavior being expected.
Well, yeah, if I had been down this text encoding rabbit hole, that kind of stuff that you've already been down, maybe I would have caught that. But because I'm not as familiar with web crypto or text encoding, I'm like, well, I did the change and it's not working. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
thought,
yeah.
like I said, I only skimmed it, and so I had just assumed that that would have been sectioned out into two pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't. It's clever. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
will give it to the author. It's clever.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a bad idea, but it
Mm-hmm.
is clever. It
Mm-hmm.
happens to work. It happens
Mm-hmm.
to work in JavaScript. I don't think that you could easily implement that in any other language, because
Mm-hmm.
JavaScript is the only language that has this weird UCS2 byte format for strings.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I got to go take a break because I've overhydrated.
All right. Go
So,
get rid of that Mountain Dew.
all right, will
Dehydrate.
do. I'll catch you later.
Later. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's get some music back on, shall we? Okay, just making sure I'm caught up on messages here. Let's see. right, before I forget, I think it will be worthwhile for me to let's see. All right, to update my do task list thing. Come on, you can do it. There we go. All right. Okay, so let's edit this, and we're gonna say, oh, I kind of hate that it doesn't show you which one is which. So add manifest, manage funds. Let's go above manage funds. So I might do that. Okay. I'm gonna add a convert encryption to how do I want to word this? Actually, this might not. Can anyone see this? Maybe that's a little bit better. Okay, so the little wrapper library, I call it crypt store. So let's say convert crypt store .js to CLI compatible version. Okay, and then we're gonna come in here, indent that, and let's say update text encode / decoder. I think that we can count as done, but this one we're gonna, let's see. Verify, no. We already have verified, so it's not working, so we need to update browser storage code to work with new encryption and work with updated encryption. Right, update browser storage code to work with to work with the See, I don't like saying update and updated. refactored, update browser storage code to work with refactored text encoding. All right. So update browser storage code to work with refactored text encoding. I think I'm gonna duplicate this line and say update browser storage code to, no. Well, yeah, it's still browser storage related, so maybe I should just combine them. I just don't like how long this is getting because I intend to convert it, but I'm thinking work with refactored text encoding and multiple wallets. Okay. But I kind of want those separated though. So update browser storage code to work with refactor. Maybe I'll do this. So we'll go to the next line, we'll indent again and do that. Okay. So update browser storage code to work with refactored. Factored. All right. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to turn that into an issue. I'm going to open that up. Because I have now found this useful a few times. Edit the description. We're going to add a link to the current YouTube video. And maybe I'm... say... work with cool AJ86 to all right, so co-work with cool AJ86 to get text encode encode/decode updated encryption. All right, and maybe let's actually reverse this. And the reason for is I come in here and do that, and I know AJ is streaming on the Dash Incubator channel right now. So, see if I can get the link to that video as well. Here. I believe it is this video. So, copy link. Actually, I like the shorter link, so I'm just gonna copy that code. So now it should give us that co-work with CoolAge86 to get text encode, decode updated for encryption. All right. Cool. Gotta stretch it out. All tense and stuff. Okay, so that's updated. We've got a task there. Oh, wait. The other thing I like to do is when I've got these sub ones, let's edit. I like actually adding these into the task. So before we count that good, then we also know what is trying to be done. I wish it would actually pull these in and just like show them as subtasks. Tasks. That would be super duper nice, but it doesn't. So that gives a ooh. What? Why did that do that? What about this? Does that work better? Oh, because it's indented. Let's try that. What? I'm so confused. Why is that happening? Let's that. And that one too. Preview. What the what? I'm very confused. What's going on here? I might just save this and this is so weird. What's happening right now? Edit. Alright, I'm gonna cut that. Hopefully that's deleted everything. Update the comment. Alright. Edit again. Do a couple new lines. Let's see. Alright, let's see if this works. What the heck? I am so thoroughly confused. What if I don't do it on the first line? This is weird. I don't know if I've ever had to worry about this before. Okay. I wonder if it's got like a weird like line ending or something like that. Let's just make a new list and see. Update text encode / decode. Update browser storage code to work with d-factor. Right. All right. I'm perplexed. I don't know what's going on here. This seems super duper weird. If that's not fixing it, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna like hard refresh that and yeah. Maybe a library is loaded. I don't know. That's just yes, whatever. That's odd. All right, don't worry about it. Something. All right, let's pull this off screen. I'll worry about that some other time. Annoying me, but it's not a big deal. Don't need to be so worried about it, I don't think, but it's weird. All right. I get all the things I meant to do in there though. Maybe I need that one. While I'm thinking about it. The thing that I'm thinking about now is so update text encode decode, update browser storage code to work with refactored text encoding in multiple wallets, and oh, that's weird. My mic keeps turning down. Hopefully my audio hasn't been too quiet. I don't know why it keeps turning down, but I've noticed it keeps turning down. All right, the last thing I want to add is update text decode, update browser storage to work with refactored. Update dash keys to latest version. Update dash keys usage to latest version. All right, that's the other thing I wanted to add. Guess I've got that over here too, I think. Yeah, so let's refresh that. All right, so now I've got that there because I need to worry about that as well. Okay, I'm gonna close that because it just sitting there looking at me making that animation makes me feel like I need to do something. But I'm not ready to do something yet. All right. All right, I am intrigued though that encrypting the selected private key made its own IV. I feel like they should all have the same IV. I don't know, but I guess maybe it's based on the variable usage. I hadn't looked into that much. I suppose I would prefer that. You know what? Before I forget, let's check out these files. So I know AJ likes to use script tags. I don't. I like that the things are contained in the main JS, and I want to keep using it that way. So I'm going to comment that out for now and see if I can get the dash keys working the way I want it to work. But I believe I'm also going to need to, let's see, undo that. Probably going to need to import this inside Crypt Store as well. That's not what I wanted. I want this. Wait, did I need? Yeah, because I'm. See, this is both good and bad. If AJ updates this further, it would be really useful, but he also says a little bit of copying is better than, you know, like stuff like this sometimes. So I think I'd prefer to find these functions and not depend on this here. So let's see. That's the dash keys. We want bytes to hex and hex to bytes. So bytes to hex is right there. All right, so I'd rather do this. I'm gonna rejigger that a little bit, but wait, where'd the other, there it is. Bytes to hex. And what about hex 2? Wait, what? That. Oh, derp. Had that search thing on. Okay, let's do that and drop that there. Okay. So then I can move this up here. I might need to refactor that little type hinting stuff though, but let's do that. And then that. And that. Okay, so now I will not need to depend on hash keys here just for those. And they are self-contained. I don't think they're referencing anything outside of the function. AJ is much better at that than I am, so it's probably good. But I don't have uint8 or a2 hex. But I do have a types file here. And I could potentially import that. That's interesting. Cannot find module for its corresponding declarations. Odd. Let's see if I can do this though. Dash keys / dash keys. So if that's imported, and then we go back here, no luck? That's interesting. He started adding that at the bottom. I haven't watched his stream recently, so I'm wondering why he's doing that, but might be for reasons. I was hoping that importing this, because it isn't dash keys, solve that. Clearly, it did not. I kind of want to look at why this one's complaining now. Oh, because it's not there. That would be a good reason to complain. I don't know what the latest version is. Let's just try that and install. Ooh. Oh, I missed the @ sign. Okay. Or now, there we go. 132. Let's do that. 1.3.2. All right. Just update the package JSON. Okay, so we should have that now. And if we look in dash incubator, base 58 check. So if we go back to types, it's not complaining anymore. And dash keys is there. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to move that into imports. Copy that. Oh wait, why did that look like that? Oh, that's why. Okay, so dash keys. I don't know if this will work, but let's see. It is possible that maybe the changes AJ made. I'm gonna copy this first and then undo. That disable? I don't know. I want, yeah. I just want that for now. Okay, so what if we do dash keys? Let's see if this changes anything. It's not complaining the same way. But it's certainly not getting type hinting. Okay, and this is why I wanted to change it, is let's reverse this and do that and see what that does. Nothing. If we bring this back to star as that, we get the dash keys types, but not utils. Property utils does not exist on type of dash keys. I wonder where these came from. So dash keys should have that. Type def dash keys. Could that be it? I wonder. Oh, that's interesting. So, with that tiny little change, let me make sure. Oh wait, I don't want that. Let's disable this again, move it. I just want to see if this one is working. Okay. So now we go back. It's got generate utils. So it is there, but then it's saying options. Expected 1 argument, but got 0. All right. So that's here. So it should be optional, I believe. That, okay. All right, I should make note of this stuff before I forget. Actually, I'm not gonna just make note of it. I'd rather go into the repo. See if I can find it here. So that's dash keys. And all the changes have been here, I think. So let's open up that file. This might be me being naughty, but you know, it is what it is. I might do this a little bit bigger while I'm working on it. So let's edit. And see, so near the top, we've got dash keys. This might break things, but so we undid that, and then generate with was down at 1280. Actually, let me, before I assume I've understood that correctly, what happens? So if options exist, then we check version. So they are optional. The options are optional. Oh, Guess you can't do that in the code editor here. All right. I think those were the only two changes that were actually needed. At least for me using this. There might be some other stuff that's needed. It's looking like some other errors are complaining, but this is AJ's baby. I'll let him deal with those. All right, fix type errors. Although that doesn't see. Did I change something else too? So I was getting complaints about. Oh, I haven't refreshed this yet. I need to refresh and make sure that's all that was needed. Okay, before I might do a okay, let me clear. And I think it was used on the encryption. Let's clear that out. Okay, and refresh. Dash keys is not defined. Did I not save? I did not save. Okay, let's save that. That's gonna complain, but me. Gonna do that for now. I don't want to worry about it. Okay, let's refresh again. So, cannot read properties of undefined reading utils main. Okay, so I did not fix that. So it is acting like utils is not there in dash keys. And my guess is so util, let's do the find thing with that. I'm feeling blind right now. I know I've seen utils attached to dash keys, but where? I thought it was near the bottom right before these. Oh, there it is. Okay. So dash keys gets that, but then window. Okay, let's go back to the top. So window comes in and is whatever that is. So it's because I guess it's not assigned a window. Yeah, I think it actually needs this explicitly. I guess do this. Let's try this. Let's see if this alone fixes it. Wait, that doesn't seem right. let's try both of these just in case. Well, actually, I'm just going to try this one first. It doesn't seem right. I don't think this is what I want, because I'm pretty sure that would make utils dot. Yep. Okay. It does assign it to window. So we don't want utils assigned to window, but this should also make a dash keys, and dash keys does not get assigned to window. What about global this? Nope. Global. Oh my gosh. AJ might have a reason for this. I don't know what it is, so I'm just going to try this because I'm pretty sure this would solve the issue I'm having. It did solve the specific one about. Okay, so let's see. So with that, if I refresh, cannot read properties of undefined reading utils, and then if you enable that and refresh, properties of undefined reading generate with non-HD. So it does properly export the utils, however, oh, that's why, derp, because I disabled that. Okay, so if we had done this, something like that, I bet this will work. Aha, okay. Oh. So let's come back down here. I guess that one doesn't need TS ignore. Let's add this in like so. I don't know what the reasoning is for not adding all of dash keys on the window, so I'm gonna just add that, and then okay, I think that's all the changes I needed to make to get that working, but so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. That'll get the PR in there, I think. So let's see, fix import and JS doc type errors for utils. Let's say fixes some type hinting issues for JS doc and browser import issues for Mm. Hash keys dot utils. Okay. All right, let's do that. All right. Feel like it's replayed this song several times, even though it has like a few hundred songs to choose from. All right, maybe it's not a few hundred, but it might have 100 songs to choose from, and it's replayed this one. I mean, I like the song, but it's interesting. Um, all right, I might take a break for a few minutes to yeah, probably about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more. I gotta check some stuff, so yeah, I'm gonna set a 10-minute timer. I think I'll be back before then, but let's see. 10 minutes. And let's see, break. Oh no! I've got I changed some stuff around. So now I've got to change some more stuff around. Let's transform and center horizontally. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay. And relock that before I forget. Okay. So there we go. And I will be back in a few minutes, I think. 10 minutes-ish, maybe. Hopefully less. All right, I'm gonna be a few more minutes. But probably not 10. So I'm gonna set this to, let's see, 3. Okay, and I will be back. All right. I am back. Okay. All right, so before the break, I got that PR out for dash keys. Maybe I'll ping it to AJ before I forget. All right, so AJ is of the opinion that instead of storing the private keys in an array like this, I should store them so that, well, actually, maybe I should show what is actually happening right now without the encryption. So if I delete this and do that, oh wait, did I, oh yeah. I need to finish replacing some stuff, it looks like. So, dash keys. So I'm gonna need that one. And that replaces generate. I don't know about width to address. That might still be there. So let's clear, refresh. Okay. Let's try that again. There we go. All right, so now we've got 2 private keys. Although it's not right. This should not be empty after you click generate. It should update that, so definitely is not working quite right. It probably would be good to, if you click generate again, let's see. If it assumes you want to select that new key and you'd be working off of the new key. So that's something we need to worry about now. I don't know, worry about, but we need to deal with. Might also ping this in the channel we're actually using. All right, so what I want to show is this adders. Am I logging that anywhere already? It might be. Let me see where I'm using this. Oh, okay. Those are my keys. Your private keys are encrypted. So it looks like it's only getting logged there. So let's go ahead and add a console log just so I can show what's actually happening right now. Is with the get public keys from WIFs, we have this empty object and we're looping through whatever these WIFs are that are stored in the private keys local storage item, and we're combining them. So we're running this WIF to address function every time. And so down here, before it's returned, if we were to do a console.log and said WIFs to adders, WIFs to, let's say WIFs and pub adders, and then we will just console log that. So let's refresh. So it's this one right here. So this is what we're doing. We're taking the private key and then we're assigning it the public key. What AJ is saying is instead of this way, we should store the public key. So we should have something like this. So you've got that, and then in here, okay. So we should store them like this. And then when you encrypt them, you don't encrypt the address, you only encrypt the private key, which would then allow us to, instead of needing to get the WIFT address, we should already have it. And if we need to loop over anything, we can check for updates to those addresses and funds without needing the private key. So you can't extract any funds from the wallet without unlocking it. But yeah, that's essentially what that does. What I'm trying to think through is if there is an easy way to loop through all of local storage, because I know you can. This is actually session storage right now. So session storage dot. You can get item, and it's also showing so it shows these, which are essentially the same thing you would do with get item. But I don't know if there's a good way to loop over it. We might be able to just, let's try this. I'm not sure if this will work or not, so. C4. Let item of session storage console.log. Let's see, sesh store item it's not iterable. Oh, interesting. All right, so you can do that. Item in session storage and loop over all of them. So if I were to do something like this, so for item, if, oh, that's probably going to replace it if I try my normal thing that I would do in VS Code. So if the item dot I think there's a starts with function now for strings, and I hope this is coming through as a string. So let's see if that works. Sure enough, it did. So we could do something like this to get all of the keys, or all of the keys. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Hadn't tried that before. But with that, I guess we could do, so DPK, I'm figuring stands for dash public key. I guess public and private, that's not, maybe it just makes more So let's just say DK or something. I don't know. So dash key or dash pub key. I don't know. Having a prefix there, I think, would be handy to find them. Oh, you know what? AJ may have already had feedback on this. Let's see what happened. Let me drag this over so y'all can see what I'm saying. Where is that? And where is that? Okay. Yes, it wouldn't work without that. It's not treated as being... So you can't do this to get the utils. Right. Oh, see, I always want to use this stuff, but I feel like every time I do, AJ doesn't like it, so maybe I shouldn't use that. Which means I need to have dash keys. This is why I was trying to avoid it. All right, let's go ahead and open this up. Let's see. Do we have dash keys already? Doesn't look like it. Oh, just a moment, getting a call. Oh, all right. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Fry EJS. All right, let's see. I need to clone the dash keys repo. Let me pull this over before I merge this. Copy link address. Let's get clone. All right, cd dash keys. All right. Let's clear this up. Get checkout. Got my branch name. Let's see if that works. Get check out that. All right. Oh wait, I actually think it's actually get rebase that I want to do on the main branch. Let's swap back to the main. I think it's main. Yeah, main. All right, so get rebase. Is that what I want? Something like this? Well, I'm either gonna seriously make this suck or it will work. Let's see. Noob. Will noob get added to the commit messages though? That's what I'm wondering. I don't use command line enough. I need to get better at this. Alright, let's see what happens. Get log. Doesn't look like it added noob. No? Is that good? So let's see what happens. Good push. Oh, I don't want that. That's jacked up. Shouldn't work like that. Oh, I know why. Get origin. No, not get origin. What is it? Get remote. V. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Let's go back here. Copy the SSH version and get remote. Oh wait, that's not gonna work, is it? Get remote. Is it remove origin? Yeah, there we go. And now add origin. Now if we get push, ugh. I need to figure out how to set that to default because that always annoys the crap out of me. All right, so that's merged, sweet. And let's look at the commits just to make sure that noop isn't in there. Sweet, it's not. He might hate my message though, so. All right, so that's merged, but that doesn't mean the node modules version is updated. It wouldn't need a bump. I'm not gonna do that right now because I'm lazy. And I want to work on other stuff. Deal with it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I guess it hadn't updated for a while. I'm like, why is only that one? But all right, never mind. I'm gonna move these off to the side for now. Or by types, and yeah. Because I want these other ones more front and center. Okay, so that's generate Wi-Fi non-HD. We can, in fact, do starts with whatever. I'm gonna copy this over, and wait. Yeah, there we go. I copy that over before I forget so that I have a reference to it. All right. So right now, let's recap a little bit. We are working on the encrypted key stuff. So CoolAJ86 helped us get updated so that the text encoding in this file over here is now using the text encoder. I'm actually gonna clean this up. Now that I know this portion's working, I'm gonna delete what's not being used. Okay. I'm gonna remove this since it's not being used, and I don't think it will be at this point. All right. All right, I want to commit this before I do much more since I know this is more or less working. Although, let me refresh again just to make sure. Let's clear this out first though. Actually, let me clear all this. All right, that got added. And let's test the encryption, shall we? Now this is where it failed before. Hello? Oh wait, no, it did. So it both failed, but then it kind of didn't. So encrypted form. Let's, so where it was failing before was, this is supported, or is browser supported decrypted was failing and it was never getting to the storage, but because it actually stores the stuff, that's correct. So let's see. What I meant to look for is this. It's browser supported, decrypted, and it's getting that value, W. And that is the value that it's testing. So it successfully decrypted it. But then the very next error is this: cannot get item for private keys. Cannot read properties of null. And buffer to hex, hex to buffer. Cannot get. Not set, get. Okay. Oh. I wonder. All right, I think it's time. I made some of the changes AJ and I discussed. He had pointed out several things that are kind of wonky. So, although I can, okay, so this hex to buffer thing, we go into this decrypt function. Oh my gosh, freaking hate TypeScript. If we go up to where it's defined, which is what I wanted when I clicked that, and not the type definition, so it has hex to buffer here, which it should probably just do hex to buffer there, because you're having to do that. So then let's, I think I can delete a lot of this debug stuff. So let's clean that up too. I'm glad I haven't merged things yet because there's still a lot of cleanup stuff. So let's see. I actually changed this around because AJ does not like arrow functions, but I like arrow functions. And partially because you can drop things like that return there, I think that's nice. Oh, hi, Fry. Just saw your message. Just took my first lesson in JavaScript. Put it in about 40 hours into HTML, CSS so far. Awesome. Good job. AJ, cool AJ86. He was on the stream a bit earlier. He was helping me figure out some of this text encoding stuff at the top, which I haven't dealt with, and he had. And then he's also had a lot more experience dealing with subtle crypto. So this subtle import key. So he was able to figure out why this code that's based on someone else's wasn't working when we tried to swap out uint16 arrays for uint8 arrays. So, and CoolAJ86 also works on this Dash Hive stuff for the Dash incubator. So he's been building this repository Dash keys. Well, of course now my thing's in there, so this is him. Oh wait, it didn't pull up his profile. That's annoying. That's him. There's CoolAJ86. So, what IDE do you use? Is VS Codium similar? So VS Codium is VS Code with all the telemetry stripped out. So all their tracking stuff that Microsoft adds, VS Codium removes that. So other than that, it's the same thing as VS Code. So I just try to avoid tracking if possible, and that's an easy thing I can do. What is it? VS Codium. I think I just get it off of GitHub or something, but yeah, branding, telemetry, licensing. So it just removes that. Yeah, so if you want the tracking removed, see, it's not a fork. It's scripts that automatically remove Microsoft's VS Code repository into freely licensed binaries with a community-driven default configuration. So it's still VS Code, just without the Microsoft stuff. And it works pretty dang well. There's only been a few instances where I've had issues with it, and more of them tend to be how you install it. So I'm on Linux, and I think I installed it with, I think this is a Flatpak version right now, and it works slightly different than a like natively installed version, but it gets me the latest version of VS Codium. Otherwise, you're often, several versions behind if you're using the default native installer. So yeah, I highly recommend it. I like it. Worth a try. All right, so before I forget where I was replacing this hex to buffer. I think, do I need to worry about it for the encrypt? Because this one uses string to buffer. Let's see how encrypt is being used right now. So this does buffer to hex. I'm wondering if I need to do that or not. Oh wait, but it's not providing that. So it's, no, yeah, okay, it's fine. So encrypted is fine that way. Just responding to some messages real quick. Uno momento. Okay, and one more response I need to type. All right, that's good. That can be dropped down to here. All right, what else we got? Got so much debugging stuff in here now. I'm not opposed to dropping this as well. Although I did do, that should do it. Okay. And it's still a little bit long. And I may have missed a message on the pull request I did, so I'm going to check that real quick. No? Looks good, maybe? Okay, I didn't. I think the PR is good. All right, all of these console logs I think can be dropped now. They were all there because I was trying to track down which of these lines was actually breaking, and I found out it would get all the way down to above encrypted and the decrypted wasn't working. But it appears to be working now. Alright, let's just find all console references. That should stay, go. Encrypted storage. I think that should go. I don't know if I need that comment. Okay, so that should be cleaned up a bit. Let's refresh and make sure. Uh-oh, broke something. Interesting. Unexpected token A is not valid JSON. Why is it not valid? That's for private key. So let's do session storage dot private key. Oh, dang it. Hate that. Interesting. Okay, I need a different way of identifying this. Let's go back to main here. So we didn't have the passphrase, so we tried to decrypt this. Well, no, we didn't try. We tried to JSON parse this, but yeah, I'm gonna need to do this refactor because the way this is expecting to work is this, and you can't even see it right now. Let's actually clear it so we can show it. All right, so it's expecting private keys to be in an array right now, and so we need to do this update where it gets changed so that we're not storing in an array, we're storing in individual keys inside of local or session storage. So let's see. Yeah, I need to think this through for a moment. We're also going to need to rearrange this. I don't like how it's creating. Maybe it needs to. This is something I don't understand enough about the subtle crypto stuff. It might need a IV, which is, I believe, an initial value. I think that's what it stands for. So salt comes through. You do this derived key stuff. And then get init vector, not initial value, init vector. So the IV is the init vector. I would prefer if there's just one init vector. I don't know if there needs to be an init vector per item. And the reason I'm thinking that is, well, let's just run through this real quick to try and show it. If I generate a new key, that adds the second key in here. So we've got two keys in here now. When you try to encrypt this, oh, that didn't work. Did I break something? That worked the last couple times. Interesting. Is it still because of that error though? No, I don't think so. Okay, I broke something. What did I break? Oh, sweet. You're good, Fry. Fry.js. I'm mostly just babbling to myself anyways, trying to figure out what I just broke. Now I realize this is annoying me already, so I'm gonna swap this real quick before I forget. Is it something with this? Did I forget? Ah, that is it. Decrypt, why is it complaining? of type string is not assignable to parameter of array buffer. Interesting. So let's go back to where it's created. AV is any. I don't think it should be complaining about that. Array buffer like is that, but that seems like a glitch, possibly. You know what? These are short enough now. I don't mind finding that. Like so. But why? Where is it getting this? Argument of type string is not assignable. IV is coming in from somewhere. Right there. So we get item, init vector, or key. As a string. But it's acting like decrypt wants an array buffer. Even though there's really nothing telling it should want that. Right, I don't like that wrapping around like that. I'd rather manually do that. Okay. All right. May be inferred from usage. How do I de-infer it from usage? I don't want you telling me what I need. I think I could do something like this. Let's see if what I'm thinking works. So with JS doc, you can do type string. I don't think that fixed it. Still complaining. Oh wait, look at that. Now it's saying argument of type uint array is not assignable to parameter of type string. Interesting. So in these instances, this one thinks it's an array buffer. It gets the item from the key, but it shouldn't think it's an array buffer. This should be a string. But it, I don't know why it would act like it's an array buffer. Ah. So why is this complaining? All right, let's see if I can shift this to that. Does that clear up any of the errors? Cleared up that one. String is not assignable to type array buffer. Did I? Let's look at the diff here. So that is 211-ish. I guess it's 211 in my current code. So get item decrypted, bring to buffer 8. So I had that, the what, hex to buffer thing. And it outputs an array like buffer. Oh. So the reason this is happening, if I'm understanding it correctly, is let's drop this for now. And then it's all because of this. I think this is being run, but I'm wondering if we could do like .to string. Okay, so now that's sending in the toString like you'd likely be dealing with. This one of type string is not assignable of type array buffer, but I just switched that. What the heck? All right, my apologies. Had a phone call come through. So, I was trying to figure out why this is freaking out. I thought I fixed it. I mean, I don't think this could possibly get an array buffer without some conversion from there, and yet it's acting like so here it's still acting like it wants an array buffer, even though that should solve that. Text to buffer, array like buffer. Is it because of these other things, maybe? Decrypt message, maybe that could be it. Let's try, instead of defining it like this, let's break that out and do it at the top. Where's some of my other definitions? Yeah, let's copy that. We will move this over here and so decrypt. Cipher text and IV. Oh my gosh, come on. No callback. And it returns derive key. Oh, that's async. So that might be a promise. So it would be a promise. But it should be a promise with a string returned, I believe. So decrypt, cipher, text, string, and IV. All right, is it still complaining down here? It is still complaining. Forget you. I'm gonna restart TypeScript and see if that does it. No, no luck. Oh, some of these things, man. Things. What is this one? Types of IV are incompatible. String promise is not assignable to type blah 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 IV promise string. But where are you getting that? I guess maybe it's up here. Let's see. So if we come up here to decrypt message, decrypt, key, IV, ciphertext. Oh wait, that's right. I was actually gonna, this is one of the things AJ and I discussed, is replacing these. So let's go ahead and find, there's only one decrypt message right there. So let's see. Current settle crypto, decrypt, text to buffer, and that, and crypto key, I'm assuming is that. So if we, whoops. All right. So now decrypt message is gonzo. What about encrypt? Sweet. It's only used that one place too. So let's just copy, paste that, and I'll return that on a new line, and that. Okay. So we want, what is it? Something like this. Name and IV. Wait. So this was being done. Crypto key, whatever. Let's just copy this. All right. So comment that out for now. Key should be crypto key, encoded text. Would have been string to buffer message. And IV is fine. Okay. So now encrypted message can go away. All right, we've got that simplified a little bit. Encrypt, decrypt. What does it think IV is here? Any. And IV here is any. What does it expect? Algorithm. Right, key, data buffer. Let's also change this while we're here. Okay, so now we return encrypt, decrypt, and int vector. It's a little bit more simplified. We do have a derived key function, but derived key only gets used in the encrypt and decrypt functions. All right, I'll likely try to wrap up here in the next half hour or so, maybe 45 minutes. So, let's see. But I want to get this resolved. completely before then. I really think this shouldn't be complaining the way it is. So right here it's saying decrypt is an array buffer. Oh, wait. Ha! That's why. I'm a derp. Okay, in types here, I made Encrypto. See that? All right. So Encrypto is based off of this. Let's see if I can override that. So, and IV string. So I was importing this for the types. And now I'm regretting importing this for the types, apparently. There's main. Nope, not main. I want crypto store. So that's all pretty standard. It might be more beneficial if I just redo that. So instead of this, so it expects a message and an init vector. So let's say message string init vector string. Let's, oh wait, but we want it to act like it's returning a function. I always forget the syntax for this though. Is it just something like this? No? How about wrapping this one? Let's look up JS docs here. So JS doc function type. Maybe I want the TypeScript JS doc function. Ah, that's what I want. So, but I think there's a way of doing it without, let's just try this. No? Function and string. Nope. Still doesn't look right. It shouldn't have that arg thing there. Let's see what it looks like in actual usage here. So, doesn't look like it cleared out the errors. Crypto. All right, so what I want to do instead is try, see, so let's do a new type def. And the encrypt one says message and string, so message and IV. So we'll do message, string, IV, string, Oh, that was what I was looking for this whole time, but it didn't act like it was working. Something like this. So, predicate, whatever. So let's do this to there, and we're gonna do a message and an IV. It's not optional, both are string, and we expect a string. Okay. Then we're gonna copy, and we want this one to be decrypt. And this one's gonna be a ciphertext and IV, and return a string. And then up here, we're gonna swap this around and say encrypt and decrypt. Delete that. Oh wait, this would be a promise string. Okay. So now encrypt. Main, no, not main. Crypto store. Oh my gosh, so close. Crypto, encrypt, decrypt. What if I delete this? Will this help? No? No luck. Oh wait, it changed. I can't win. Oh my gosh, it changed. So before it was on the decrypt that it was complaining. Now it's on the encrypt. Promise string. And encrypt. I guess I could do async and async. Wait. And wait. No change. Oh, derp. That's why. So encrypt string to buffer IV. Oh, okay. I messed that up a little tiny bit because this one is actually fine to be a, say, array buffer like. Let's do that. All right, now, hey, look at that. We fixed it. Sure, it's just typing, but you know, if anyone else tries to implement this stuff, it's really handy. So, what does set browser support do? A wrapper around a wrapper. So if supported equal to undefined, we run it. That's odd. I don't know. I like that. So is supported is referenced there. Okay, that doesn't seem like it needs to be there. All right, let's see how bad or if anything was damaged too bad. Okay. So that still loads. Let's go ahead and encrypt. Browser does not support Web Crypto API. Okay, I guess. So the advantage to doing it that way is you don't rerun the is supported stuff. So, okay, I guess I'm all right with that. It's a little counterintuitive, but okay. Or maybe I'll find a better way later, but I don't want to deal with it right now. But now it's saying it's not supported, and why? So all that stuff I removed for the testing, I now apparently need again. So let's drop one here. So .log. I'm assuming it's failing after one of these again. So let's do is browser supported and decrypted. Like so. And is browser encrypted. All right. And then let's copy and paste that and clear and refresh. Uh-oh. Didn't even get to those. Oh, derp. Let's put that back in there. So it got to encrypted and then it didn't finish decrypted. Okay, why didn't it finish decrypt? Decrypt IV comes through. Decrypt. Text to buffer IV. Buffer ciphertext. So this returns whatever we're using as the crypto key. And then crypto key gets added there in the encrypt method as the key, okay? And data. So all right, I'm curious now. I'd made these changes, but maybe I can do string or array-like buffer, which then will hopefully let me go back here instead of forcing it to string. Let's try this. Oh, it's still failing. Shoot. That's really annoying. All right. So while I like this arrow method, in this instance where I keep having to debug it, it's actually becoming problematic and it's kind of annoying me. So we're going to drop it for good. You know, in the off chance I end up having to debug this again, I don't want to have to do all this crap again. All right. So that's not right, is it? No. Okay, that's good. That's good. But I need to re-indent that. And then I think I can, let's move that. That makes more sense. There we go. Okay, so now with it this way, we could also do let so we let the deck equal that. We return. Nope. Deck. And then we also want to console.log. And this is the reason I'm giving up, is I delete that and easily add it again. So we are in decrypt. Might do a warn just so it also stands out a little bit better. So decrypt DEC. But let's also do cipher text and IV. Okay. All right, let's try this. Okay, so we get the top one, it's definitely calling it, and then something in here is failing. So decrypt. Let's compare this. This is at 109-ish. Let's see. So we replace the decrypt message. IV key ciphertext. And combined it down. I suppose it is possible that it's the encrypted part is also breaking. So decrypt message string to buffer. We switched it to decrypt text to buffer. That was working before. Okay, but let's go down to where it's being used. So it was down here, IV, and IV was a buffer, but I just fixed that, I believe. So IV is the init vector. So it should accept either. So encrypted IV. If I could decrypt. Oh. Let's do a type of IV. It's an object. And if we swippy swap that to C2 string, okay, it's a string. So let's see, instead of that, let's see, if type of IV, maybe we'll do it the cool AJ86 way. String is equal to type of IV. IV is equal to hex to buffer, and then we can delete all of that and just do IV. All right, let's try that out. Clear, refresh, close. Now it got to the bottom. That was it. Okay, that's a derp on my part. Although, it's kind of weird because this was providing it to string, I don't know. So this is not to stringing it now. Was there an instance where it was? Like, I don't know if that's actually gonna work, so let's look at the, I guess it's there. Let's refresh. Oh. Yeah, so I mean, this is something I started to fix and got sidetracked. Resolving some of this stuff. I think that's resolved, but let's see if we can. So main 536. Go 536. Oh, and I need to wrap up here. Darn it. Private keys JSON.parse await store get item PK. So we can't parse it. can't wait, really? It should just be a string. Let's see, let equal, this is a string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So if we've got meh and we do JSON dot parse, nope, not dot p, dot parse, meh. Okay. But if we remove that parse, it's gonna not appear right, but let's see anyways. Private keys, string or undefined is not assignable to type any. Oh, derp. Okay. Yeah, I need to refactor this code now because of the way I'm going to switch it. That ain't right. And then it restored it like that. That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna need to refactor this more. Or maybe I need to do what I was doing up top is, so if passphrase and oh, where was I doing the PKIV? So I check for it like that. Should be right there. So if passphrase or store get item PKIV. So that might fix it temporarily. Let's see. Nope. Oh wait, that's right. Let's wipe this all out and retry. Okay, there's the new keys, and if we do encryption, that encrypted it. Oh, darn it. Let me redo this. I don't want all these bad console logs in there. All right, so that's that. And then encrypt. Did that. So cannot get encrypted key. So now let's clear and refresh. Still giving that error. It shouldn't get there. So get item PKIV. It should have a PKIV. So Maybe just that. Let's try that. Oh. Wipe that out. Okay. So get item is null. What about that? So it's false. But if we do that, and now we refresh, it's still false. That shouldn't be. Still null and still false. Something's wonky. Oh, there it is. That's what's wonky. There we go. Okay. So now we can probably comment that out. Clear that, refresh. Oh wait, let's wipe that out and refresh. So no private keys, we do that, it's encrypted. Now there's a private key IV. So let's refresh. Still doing that. But it shouldn't do that. Oh, that's it. Let's remove that, and we will do an else if for now. I'll fix this later, so there is no PKIV. Now if we refresh, what? Oh, it's in a different location. All right, that is what it is. I'll have to fix this more later. I need to wrap up. All right, so thanks all to who, tuned in and participated. Please